Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
La connexion. La connexion.
obsessed with the cult of celebrity. I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
How hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer.
You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Whether you're an entrepreneur, innovator, or trailblazer, Tap In Magazine is where your voice gets amplified and your brand goes global. We've featured over 100 powerful leaders, and we're just getting started. Get seen in national publications, reach thousands of readers, and join a legacy of impact makers. This isn't just a magazine, it's a movement. With 700 plus online distribution channels, we give your story the visibility it deserves. Ready to turn the page on your next chapter? Tap In Magazine, where visibility meets legacy. Tap in now at tapinmagazine.com.
Did you know?
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Luther Anubis Isler, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business. I am Luther Anubis Isler, poetically known as the artist Anubis, a spoken word poet, cultural curator, and community cultivator. In 2022, I founded the Harlem Bomb Shelter, which is a spoken word and literary arts organization that presents open mics, showcases, workshops, team poetry slams, mentorship programs, and more. The Harlem Bomb Shelter has been recognized by some of our peers as the 2025 Creative and Civilians Local Legend for the impact that we have made on the community. Harlem Bomb Shelter is a spoken word literary arts organization that produces so much, and I am going to talk to you about it. I'm very glad to be able to do so. So, like I said, it was founded in 2012, March 22nd to be specific, and it was in a response to the idea or what was going on in the Harlem community. Now, I grew up in amazing programs such as Impact Repertory Theater, and a lot of the mentors used to go to a place called the Sugar Shack. Had an open mic. It was right off of Strivers Row, and as I grew up, I always said, I want to go to these places. It seems very cool. And as I grew up, the place no longer exists. And that was one of the things that tends to happen in Harlem. And I imagine it happens in other communities where there's these amazing cultural icons and institutions that, for different reasons, whether it's a matter of not necessarily designing it in a certain sustainable way or systemic structures that make it difficult for Black businesses to survive. These things just didn't exist sometimes when as I grew up. And I found that a lot of the fellow poets and my peers would end up having to go downtown or Brooklyn for their spaces for creative expression. So one day I was invited by an amazing poet. Her name is Zora Howard. She invited me to an open mic that was taking place on Frederick Douglass Boulevard. And I thought it was an absolutely amazing event. It was great to see the young poets and I was around 25 at the time, and I was one of the oldest people in that space. So everyone was between the ages of, I suppose, 19 and 25. A lot of them were alumni of an amazing program called Urban Word NYC, which is a youth-focused poetry and literary arts organization. I actually was a part of it for a while when I was growing up at the age of 16. Now, when this event ended, which had great poets, one of them was Jaylene Clark Owens, who she and I grew up together, and we had gotten to reconnect. And at that time, she was creating or a part of a theatrical production that was going on called Renaissance in the Belly of a Killer Whale. So we got to connect and reconnect with all these amazing artists. So I went to Zora and I said, Zora, this was amazing. When is the next one? And to my dismay, Zora said, this is it. It was a one-time event. Now, at first I was upset, but I understood. She was actually on her way to Yale. So this was one of those things she did in the summer before she went off to college. Now, I thought to myself, this is it. There's a thing that happens to many people, and I find it almost everyone, and I call it, and many people call it, quarter life crisis. You get to the age around 25 and you say, what am I doing? What is my purpose? You start to understand life in a linear way that we don't. As we have our youth, we think we're immortal. We don't think in terms of the limited nature of time. Now, personally, I think the limited nature of time is one of the amazing things. The fact that you know that there is an end at some point to your natural life, you say, what am I going to do in that dash, right? Between the birth and death date, what am I doing in that time? Now, once you get past this immortality complex that we have as teenagers, we realize that end time is coming. So what do we do? What impact have we left? I grew up with amazing mentors, one of which is Jamal Joseph, and he was a part of the Black Panther Party when he was the age of 16. I have another mentor, Vosa Rivers, who helped me found the Harlem Bomb Shelter, and in 1986, he brought Sarafina from South Africa to Broadway. So I grew up very much thinking, what is my impact on the world? Because I have these examples to look at. So here I am, age 25, and I've been thinking to myself, what is my impact? Or what is my assignment? What am I here to do? Now, keep in mind, as we go on in life, that assignment might change. But in that moment, that's what I was saying. So a couple of months after that, I went to this event. They said there is not another one. This is a one-time thing. This is a one-time Harlem poetry event. And then I said, then that's what I'll do. I will create more of these events. And then the Harlem Bomb Shelter was conceived. I think that's right around August of 2011. Now, they say if they say that, you want to do things right, you do it yourself. But if you want to do things efficiently, you do things with a team. So one of the first things that I did was I reached out to two of my best friends. A lot of people think so much about building their careers by reaching upward, which is great. Yes. And if you happen to have a mentor, then that's also amazing. But you tend to find that peer-to-peer connection helps you actually go even further. Because when you are reaching up, those people are doing you favors. And that's absolutely amazing. And if you find a way to make that mutually beneficial, then you should do that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. But it's a thing that happens when you're working peer-to-peer. Because peer-to-peer is you're all moving in the same direction, right? It is not somebody taking a pause or giving back. No, we are all moving forward together. So literally, your peer success is reliant on peer success. So I reached out to two of my best friends, Emily Otto and Craig Sidbury. Now, Amelia, she is a thinker. She is one of the most intellectual people that I know, but she's also creative. She is an amazing writer, and she was able to help me convey the ideas I had in my head into an actual mission statement, into a proposal. So the very first proposal was written by her because she knew how to take the ideas. I'm an idea person. And I think that one of the things that we don't necessarily do enough of is recognize what our strengths are and find the people who complete the full mission with their strengths. A lot of times we think we have to do things ourselves, and there's a bit of that, absolutely. But part of things we need to do ourselves is network, specifically networking linearly. So that's what she brought to the table. And then my friend Craig Sidbury, he's a logistics guy. What we actually used to do was we used to throw parties together. And people often don't realize enough how much we have transferable skills. If we can throw parties together, then we can start a business together, right? So we used to throw these amazing parties. I cannot talk to you about them. There's probably legal issues with some of the parties that we threw. I'm joking, but we were able to, make money to support other organizations that we actually were a part of as our youth. So he understood the idea of the technical things, right? If we were going to have a bar, then we would need cups. He's that type of guy. I'm the type of guy who says, yes, then the drink is going to be this mixed with this. It's going to look like this, and we're going to call it this, and we're going to get people to come and buy it. And we'll have all of that, but no cups because, sometimes I'm not thinking of the logistics. I often say that your best friends and your enemies will both say you can't do it. The difference is your best friends will say you can't do it, but I can help. I say that I'm the type of person who says I'm going to fly off of this building. He's the guy who says, yes, but you need a jetpack. You need a parachute. Boom. Now we're golden. So he's my logistics guy. Now, during this time of ruminating on this idea, because so many people have this thing where they have an idea and now I'm going to do it. But did you create the infrastructure for it? Did you create the platform, the understanding, the mission statement, understanding of what it is you're building on top of, right? Because you cannot build a sustainable home on sand, right? We need to lay a foundation of some concrete, something that we can actually stand on. So I spent some time, a few months leading up to the actual birth of the Harlem Bomb Shelter. Now, in that time of rumination and contemplation and preparation, I met a young woman named Robin Lady B. Baxter. Now, she is a visual artist, but she is culturally connected and inclined. She is one of the most enlightened and knowledgeable Black women that I know. women that I know for that matter. And she brought a cultural wisdom that helped ground the bomb shelter, and it does to this day. She and I met at the New York City Marathon. First time meeting, but I already had this idea in my head. And sometimes when we are moving forward, we need to meet new people. What tends to happen sometimes is that we always want to just work with people we already know, but they know us before this evolution, right? They know all of the failings that we've made, all the ideas that didn't work. So there is a logical resistance sometimes. You know, we've seen this before. So sometimes we need to partner with new people. Someone who meets you at that moment of your revelation and says, yes, this is brilliant. This aligns with what it is that I want to do. And Lady B was that for me. Originally, we had a segment of the Harlem Bomb Shelter, which again, I'll talk a little bit more. We just started as an open mic, and we had a section called Be in Art, where she would showcase some visual art. But the thing that was even more important that she would do is she would update us on all of the cultural events that was happening in Harlem at the time. Because this is not just an open mic that we're creating, right? We're not just curating culture, we're cultivating community. And that was very important. Now, further along in the development, we knew that, you know, I was nobody in the community. So we needed some capital, some political capital, or more specifically, some popularity capital. Now that comes back to having reconnected with Jaylene Clark Owens. Now, she had not only been in the middle of her show, which was done with Hollis Heath and Janelle Heatley, which were also friends of mine. Fun side note, Hollis and I went to church together. Janelle and I worked in New Heritage Theater office together, and then I reconnected with Jaylene, and I would have these interesting conversations with them because they would each talk to me about the show that they were in, and they did not tell me the name of the show. At least I didn't remember it. So I thought it was so amazing that 3 of my friends were all in a show at the same time. Lo and behold, they were all in the show together. Renaissance in the Belly of a Killer Whale spoke to the gentrification of Harlem and how, as its popularity grew, it would draw in other communities that were not rooted in the culture and wanted to, for lack of better words, capitalize on the culture and on the community, and how, you know, we need to make sure we're creating for ourselves, which was amazing in the time, because in this time I get to see this show. I'm cultivating that within myself. So I'm doing a lot of this background to set up that, you know, this institution, the Harlem Bomb Shelter, as an open mic, was rooted in something deeper than even what I knew it was going to be. Now, part of the vision was for it to end up being an open mic and a showcase. Now, one of the wisdoms of it being a showcase came from my partnership with Vosa Rivers. So here I am. I spoke to several of my friends. We put together a packet, and I was able to have something to present to Vosa Rivers. Now, Vosa Rivers is Harlem's cultural impresario. He is someone that is your go-to guy on presenting Harlem's culture to ourselves and to the world. Now, I say ourselves into the world because one of the things that another mentor of mine, Lloyd Williams, always likes to remind us is we spend so much time focusing on the tourist. Are we producing for ourselves? And not just culturally, but it's good business to produce for yourself. What do I mean by that? The tourists coming in and out of Harlem will come and go, but there are Harlemites who are here every day. So if we can build for the people who are here every day, then that's sustainable income. That's sustainable audience building, because they are here. So we always need to make sure that we are not just thinking about these lofty ideas, the things that are distant, right? Percy Sutton would say, what's in our hand, right? In our hand is the community. So we need to create for the community that is here. And then all of the others are bonuses. So we present this to Vosa Rivers. Vosa says this is amazing. Now, Vosa Rivers have been a mentor of mine by this time for since I was 13, so 12 or so years. And from the age of 16, I had been an intern of him, and then I became a production assistant and then an associate producer. So by this time, he already knew that I had a track record of supporting his visions. Now, here I am presenting my own, which for him, the thing is, some of us, and the thing that I've learned from him, some of us don't recognize that our legacy is built on supporting others. So many times we think that it's about ourselves, and Vosa understood this. So Vosa understood that by supporting me, he was supporting his own mission. So Vosa Rivers said, all right, you want to do this open mic? I said, yes, I want to do this open mic, but I want it to be a First Amendment space. What do I mean by that? The vision was it is a space that is uncensored, because I think and feel that we need these spaces. We need spaces to be able to say what it is that we feel and that we believe. Now, that being said, First Amendment doesn't come without consequences. So, we're not, we want to create these spaces that are safe and respectful, but at the same time, there's spaces where you don't have to feel that you have to edit yourself or censor yourself. Vosa said, that's great. That being said, we need to be able to not offend our funders, our sponsors, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. So let's have a part that is curated, that is vetted. And that became the showcase. So that's how the bomb shelter was founded. And there's one more founder I want to talk about, and then we can switch gears a little bit. And that is Imani Lyrical Faith Wallace. She came in a little later, and she was the one who gave us our first features. So always appreciative of her.
Give my microphone. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, Mr. Luther. I am Samari Preston, and on behalf of the Black Business Network, that was absolutely amazing. We have some questions for you. Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, so spoken word has always been powerful, but what was your approach to making Harlem Bomb Shelter something sustainable?
Yes, so my approach for the sustainability of Harlem Bomb Shelter greatly comes from recruiting the people who are benefiting from it. When you feel like you're benefiting from a thing, you want that thing to still exist. And I didn't really have a great structure at first. I didn't have a way to pay people, but I realized that people were getting something from this. And I said, hey, are you enjoying this thing? Yes. I was like, hey, well, I need your help to keep it going. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that I was able to do was say, I need your help. And people say, no, I want to help. I want to make this happen. The other thing I learned later on is ownership. When you give somebody ownership, a sense of ownership of something, this is your lane, this is your project. And I mean, really give them ownership. A lot of people do that as in word, like this is your thing, but then you micromanage. You don't feel any ownership of it. But saying, look, hey, this is your section. I will direct it, but I'll give you room to do it your way. And then now people want to make it happen, right? Now it's their personal mission to sustain this project. And that's really been it, giving people, some sense of empowerment.
Yes. All right. So, with that being said, what advice would you give to other creatives or small organizations that are trying to land their first sponsorship deal with community organizers?
Yeah, I think one of my my advice would be creative, right? Be creative. We focus a lot of times on the money and who has the money, and then we also focus times of what is similar to what we're doing. But I found that my success has been what is someone else missing and what can we possibly offer them. One of the first major sponsorships that we have is with Jazzmobile, and they do jazz, they don't do poetry. And the thing is, now we work together by creating events where it's jazz and poetry. So now we're bringing something, and they already have funding. So we said, hey, we'll do the work if you can, pay for it. So now you're benefiting from what it is that we're offering. So you're not just giving money away. An upcoming partnership that we've been cultivating is actually with Harlem Rockin', and they do boat tours. We don't do boat tours, right? And if we would have sat years ago and said, let's collaborate with a boat tour, my lack of knowledge would have said, what do we do with that, right? But that's the thing. You want to connect with people who's not doing what you're doing, but they already have something moving, and you say, well, what can we offer? And they'll say, we're going to benefit from this, right? We're going to spend money on marketing anyway. Now you're marketing for us, right? So it's those type of things, being creative and thinking outside the box, that I would always recommend.
Being so many people's breath away with all of the initiative, all of the impact that you do within the Harlem community. Full disclosure, I'm a fellow Harlemite, as you know, but our community doesn't. Shouting out Harlem Rocket, that's actually my father's company, Michael Preston. So they're doing big things over there. You do a lot, okay? You're here, you're there. How do you manage both sides really, as being a creative and being a business leader? I remember you shared a little bit about, where you are with delegation and your team. So it allows you to make and schedule that time for yourself. But can you give us a little bit more insight on what that really looks like for you?
Yes. So for those who don't know, I go by the artist Anubis as a spoken word artist, and that is, I have friends who are full-time spoken word artists. Jay Rose, and she runs her own business as well. And it's a whole time, it's a job in and of itself. We as artists are businesses. Our art is our business. We are the commodity. So literally that's running a business by itself. So it became a challenge as the Harlem Bomb Shelter grew. So one of the things that I find that works for me is using each thing to as a slingshot for the other, right? So for example, when I wanted to produce a play, I wrote a play when I was 16 years old, and as I was growing the bomb shelter, I realized, wait, I have a platform. I can use the platform to produce my play. Then as myself as an individual artist grew, every time that I go to a thing and say, hey, they say, hey, you did an amazing show, can you come back? I said I could come back, but I also have a network of artists through the Harlem Bomb Shelter. So I'm constantly using each one. They're like 2 feet, right? Each foot propels the next foot forward. So you have to kind of recognize that now we can't walk, by doing both feet at the same time. So you just got to realize how you take the time and switch balance, but always knowing that those two things are helping each other. A big brother of mine, Isaac James, says, one hand washes the other, both hands wash the face.
So repeat that again. Both hands, what?
One hand washes the other, both hands wash the face. That's how you just realize the two things that are connected, you serve them both, right? But then they serve the bigger cause.
Okay. All right. I actually really like that because it's giving value and purpose to each function, each thing that's going to make the thing happen. So with that being said, what do businesses sometimes get wrong when they try to work with community organizations like yours or like some of the ones that you have collaborated with?
No, absolutely. I think that, well, first, specifically in the spoken word and performing arts arena, I might get some flack for this, but I'll explain. we've grown up in this idea where everyone can do poetry. And that's true to an extent, but everyone can do poetry the same way that everyone can play basketball. We absolutely all can, right? But not in the same way. Now, what businesses, especially established businesses, tend to do is relegate poetry as everyone can do it, as if that's just the thing. So it's not as big of a deal, but that's not true. So what happens is you have, the people who set up the lights get paid. The people who are the DJs get paid. But because everyone can do poetry, I'm doing you a favor. No, that's not true. One, it took training. It took years for myself and my poets and the people that I work with to get to the level that they're on. I recently worked with someone and they said, hey, do you need to pay your poets? And I was like, do they need to pay their water bill, right? Because if they're going to spend their time, they need to be fed. And then someone once said to me, hey, can you get your poets for $100? I said, well, it depends on what poet you want, because somebody has done, some of us have gone to school and majored in English and things of that nature. Some of us have competed in slams and won these things around the world, right? For the amount of hours that are put in, you are paying for that work, right? I once did a poem myself. That's one of my most strenuous to perform. And I just did it one day, and I did it at an event for free. And when I walked away from it, I was so drained, and I had to say to myself, I can't do that for free. I can't give that much of myself. I'll do a different poem for free. That's fine. But I can't give that for free because of what it takes from me. And I think that when it comes to the poetry community and the poetry industry, we've recognized the hip hop industry as a business, but we have not recognized the poetry community, or only beginning to recognize it as a business. And that's one of the things that people aren't understanding, but we're starting to understand that.
I think that is beautiful. I think you are definitely a part of a wave of awareness, a wave of consciousness, a wave of individuality, and how that intertwines into like our way of being, so that we can just live and be successful, walk in our truth, and just share that with the world. So how has HBS really grown in the past years, and how are you looking to expand and reach more people in the years to come?
Absolutely. So HBS, we started just as an open mic. It was a free open mic once a month. And as we've had to evolve, we need to sustain ourselves, which is why we changed from being a free open mic. And at first I was scared about charging people because I didn't want people to not be able to afford to come, but we've actually grown since charging, which is absolutely amazing. I think what happens is when you put a number on your product, people respect it more, and people will find a way to get to it. We are saying this is what the value of it is. So we've grown since then. Now, further than just an open mic, and greatly because of the pandemic, because during the pandemic, we were doing things on Zoom. So we were able to produce for free. So we didn't have, to cover and pay for, brick and mortar and rental and things of that nature. So we've really developed our writing workshops. We really developed what we have is our Fresh Face program, because as we grew, we knew that when we started, people would be like, oh, this is my first chance getting to feature. Well, when we became bigger professionals, we were drawing other bigger professionals or people who grew up with us and now they're bigger professionals. But are we continuing what we were doing of bringing in new people? So we created a specific program for that. Some of them were teens. Now we created a teen poetry slam for that. So we started to recognize, what we were, and what we were becoming, the elephant that we were. And I say elephant because there's this concept of, if different people are blindfolded and touch an elephant at a different spot, they're going to have a different experience. And I started realizing what other people's experience is of the bomb shelter. And as a founder, there's this challenge of what I thought it is versus what other people think it is. And sometimes we have to accept that what we thought it is isn't important enough, because what people are experiencing is important. So let's be the elephant on purpose, right? You felt a tusk. Well, let's create the tusk program, right? You felt a tail. Let's create the tail program, so that no matter what, we are always creating things. And if we want our elephant to grow wings later on, that's fine, but we're not subtracting from the elephant that other people experienced. So that became a big part of it, is doing it on purpose, what we were doing organically.
Wow. I think that was a new way that I've ever heard someone answer that question, because it's like I'm hearing the world of possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing it's endless, it's abundant, it's unexpected. You're going with the flow of this. I think you mentioned that how you didn't know whether or not HBS Harlem Bomb Shelter was going to survive, but one door closed and another opportunity opened. And I think that you are a true testament to that, to living that, with the Harlem Bomb Shelter. So in real life, in real world, you're a Black man, you are a father, you are an artist, and an entrepreneur. So there's a lot and you do service in the community with a regular, for another organization, with working for the district attorney. So you literally have so much on your plate.
Yeah.
And so much pouring into your identity. So how would you say that your identity of being a Black man, a father, an artist, active supporter within your community, how does that actually show up in how you do business and lead the Harlem Bomb Shelter?
Well, absolutely. One of the things that I think is my greatest strength is knowing how to connect multiple things, because that way you don't have to do two things, just do one thing. So, for example, with my work with the district attorney's office, we are now, district attorney, for those who don't know, they pretty much are in charge of how laws are being engaged in terms of the justice system. They are about justice for all the people, and things that people don't know. And a lot of that also is justice for victims or survivors of violence. And so now, with one of my jobs with the district attorney's office as an community engagement coordinator, I'll be working on a project called Griot Fest, which is going to be essentially targeted towards the survivors of violence and of different types. But I'll be engaging my people in the poetry community who have had these experiences that talk about that in their poetry, right? So now I'm doing two things at once. I don't need to do this and that. We do it together. When it comes to poetry, for example, my one of my oldest daughter, I have two daughters, and my oldest daughter, she is a shy poet, but every year she opens up our teen poetry slam. So now I'm being dad and I'm being curator at the same time, right? So it's how can I put these things together? When I don't realize how Black my poetry is until I go into white spaces, because I'm just talking my stories. I'm talking my nature. But one of the most amazing things that happened, I have a friend who's white, and he's an older gentleman, but he's, Robert Galinsky. He's known me for years. He came to one of my events and he said, you're preaching to the choir. Now, we know if he wasn't one of my closest friends, we might have had a different conversation. But since we had this transparency, I was like, you're right. And he invited me to his spaces. And then I started getting booked for these other spaces where I get to represent the Black story as opposed to morphing my poetry for these other spaces. No, this is who I am. And now I'm sharing this in different spaces. So I am always all these things. So the idea is not to compartmentalize. Yes, I might focus in a different direction at one time, but I take those things with me at all times. Part of one of my one-man show, a great deal of that is telling my stories about being a Black father, right, of two daughters. So literally, even in that sense, I'm now combining three worlds at the same time.
Wow. I think all of the Black fathers on here, all of the parents on here are definitely getting some gems from you today. So, what type of partnerships or sponsorships, excuse me, would you love to see more of in the arts and cultural space?
Absolutely. I think that the future of partnerships in the arts and culture space is similar to the things that we're doing, where you know we are bringing arts culture to places you didn't realize are arts and culture. Commercials, ads, advertisements, these are arts and culture. We get to occasionally, I know, on like some NBA stuff or WNBA, you'll see sometimes they'll have someone Common does one of their ads, right? So understanding consciously, it's the arts and culture that we bring to these spaces in different ways. So this is what we can contribute. We can help move the thing that you're trying to promote in a new way. One of the things that got me into poetry was understanding that people listen to me more when I rhyme. I can talk about a thing, but if I add some creativity to it, so now you're not just paying for a show, you're paying for a show in perpetuity, right? So I'm going to sponsor this organization, this group, because occasionally we're going to collaborate, but they are growing in a way that we don't understand. People don't understand the business opportunity of spoken word and certain cultural arts the way that we know how to monetize hip hop, for example. But we know that it is a whole corner of our capitalistic community. But we understand that and we use it in a good way. Now, of course, there's arguments about how it gets utilized, and I think that's one of the things that gets pushed back is that the spoken word and other cultural arts, we're more conscious about sustaining our core beliefs, our core passions in terms of our pedagogies, our morality and our ethics. So it's not as easy to mold, but there's no reason why we can't find a place where the two things can't work together.
Wow, you have definitely got that grounded poet energy. Like, for real, you are just exuding that into all the areas of your life, and that is beautiful. So before you go, be a little honest with the platform. Have you ever used your spoken word skills off stage? Like, give us a tip on how we can all add this poetic charm into our life.
I mean, the answer to that easily is yes, but I just am who I am. Even amongst my poet friends, they call me the poet because I'm constantly just thinking creatively. So in my words and what I say, it's not often conscious, but I have taken advantage of the skill set from time to time. I wish I was so clever right now, but occasionally I have something clever or cute or fun to say to get a nice laugh or a chuckle or a response, or just to be impressive. I once had a poem. I really just thought of this just now. I once had a poem called Apples, and the poem was actually about police misconduct. The poem was, but I started talking. I use this metaphor of apples. The one bad apple, but you don't put one bad apple in a pie. But I was on it was a couple years ago. I was on a date, and there was an apple in the young lady's drink. And I said, yeah, I bet I have a poem about this apple. And she was like, no, you don't. And then I did the poem. So, that was cool. But
I love that. I love that for you. I love that for us. And it really just sounds like it's a great way to be excellent in all areas of your life, especially the way you articulate out with the words. Words is power. We all know that, especially as affluent Black business owners. We know the power of our words. And when you can utilize that to your advantage in all areas like great poets do, I think that that's a great cheat code to have.
Listen, my mom said you got to be the same person in all your things. So if you only half do it in one area, you're going to half do things in other area of your life. So go all out and make that who you are.
Yes. And that's the message of today, everybody. So, Mr. Luther, where can everyone find you? How can we stay connected? How can we get in touch with the Harlem Bomb Shelter and support?
Yeah, absolutely. So the easiest way to get in contact with me and the Harlem Bomb Shelter and my team is Instagram at Harlem Bomb Shelter. Instagram at Harlem Bomb Shelter. If you want to get with me specifically, write Anubis when you write it, because I have a team who manages our social media. And you can email us at the Harlem Bomb Shelter at Gmail, the Harlem Bomb Shelter. You're more likely to get me directly through the email, but either way works. But Instagram allows you to get up to date with all the things that we're doing.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you for coming on this platform and speaking with us and sharing all of your expertise on this show. Until next time, but genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on. I
love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. and we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Samari Preston, and I am your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we will be speaking with Bukeka Blakemore, aka also known as Bukeka Style, where music, message, and media meet. She is a singer, speaker, and storyteller, known for using the power of her voice to elevate stories that are inspiring and transformational. Bukeka is a recording artist and advocate. Bukeka is the co-founder of Fav LLC, a multimedia enterprise on streaming, television, digital. Miss Bukeka, welcome. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Thank you so much.
Yes, of course. You are welcome. So please do share with us what inspired, and I hope I'm saying it correctly, Fav Unite to create the My Black Experience Challenge that I am now aware to. And how, please share with us, how did this idea first formulate? Tell us about who you are.
Well, thank you again. Yes, the name of the company is called Fave Unite. And Fave stands for fans, artists, and venues. And essentially, this concept began almost 10 years ago. My husband, who is the co-founder, we're co-founders of this company, are both in the entertainment industry. His background is in promotion and concert promotion. And as you stated in the introduction, I am a artist and recording artist and songwriter and speaker. And when we came together, we were really concerned about the type of representation that artists of color receive in the entertainment industry. And so we were trying to find a way in which to showcase the talent that comes from our communities, but to do it in a way that would bring those audiences of fans, artists, and venues together. So that is how Fave Unite came to be. We initially started to make this a social media platform, but realized that that was a big lift, number one, which is in business. You kind of have to know when it is time to pivot and to understand what kind of a lift you have in terms of your business concept. And what we did is to utilize existing social media platforms to execute our business model. Then in 2020, the world of OTT, which means over the top streaming, became accessible to individuals that wanted to invest in that. And so we shifted our model from a social media platform to a streaming platform. And from that, it just grew from there, from to OTT television to digital radio, now that we have that, as well as online courses for individuals. So we really took the ball and ran with it in terms of what we can offer our community in terms of multimedia. And the My Black Experience Challenge was a way to really do that, to not only give artists a chance to showcase their talent, but to test our business model.
Wow, such a strong introduction. And I think I want to tap in on something you said about how you created a strategy or opportunity revealed itself and you ran with it, but how you ran with it, how it dispersed. I want to tap into that a little bit. So can you share with us, how did you decide to cast creative vision across multiple African countries? From what I'm hearing, it's Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and connect those creative ecosystems.
Well, that's a great question. And part of the motivation is my name, and my name has been a big part of my career, actually. When I was born, My parents named me Gretchen Elizabeth. I was born in 1962, so I'm dating myself, but that's okay. As a woman, we can do that, right? We don't have to be concerned about our age. So I was born in 1962 in the midst of the civil rights era, and both my parents were very active in the civil rights movement, but they named me Gretchen Elizabeth. But in that experience, I met lots of different people from all around the world, and asked my parents if I could have an African name. So I chose the name Bukeka, which means a beautiful or adorned one in the Xhosa language, which is spoken in South Africa, and Bosede, which is means born on Sunday, which is from the Yoruba language in Nigeria. And I did this at 5 years old, and I had absolutely no idea what the trajectory of that would take in my life. You know, you don't know those things when you're 5, but certainly as I became an adult, that showed itself. And so it took me into all different types of avenues, but certainly a connection with the continent of Africa. And so when it came to my career, I certainly gravitated or began to have an international presence. You know, that was something that just kind of came with the with my life experience. And one of the people that I came across, not from Africa, not even African, her name is Christina Konya, and even though we have a mutual friend that is living in Angola by the name of Enolia Harris Pedro, who is a friend of the Black Business Network. Anyway, Christina connected us to a group in Nigeria called Kingdom Talent Arena, and because she knew my history and knew my affinity for Africa, she thought it was very important that we connect. Well, little did we know what that connection was going to bring. The gentleman there who runs Kingdom Talent Arena, which is a talent hub. And by the way, there are many talent hubs across the continent of Africa as a way for young people to not only express their creativity, but to learn how to monetize their creativity. There are hubs all across the continent, and KTA is one of them. And Ikande Samuel is the head of that talent hub. And when she connected us and we had a meeting, it was just instant. We came up with the concept of the My Black Experience Challenge, which would connect several of these hubs across Africa for people to just give a chance to showcase their talent. As a U.S.-based organization, we're not, I would say, at a top tier revenue level yet, but we have the ability to provide resources to other countries that might need a lift up. And this enabled us to do that in a way that was going to not only help the artist in these different hubs, but to also build up build up Fave Unite as a multimedia company with showcasing talent. So we were shocked by the number of people that responded to the ad, the sponsored or the sponsored ad that we put in Facebook. We anticipated maybe having about 60 people, 70 people respond. We had over 300 people respond, and out of that 300 people, we had about exactly 107 entries. So we had to really determine how we were going to go through this content and make it a fair and transparent, which is extremely important when you're working with another country and working with and young people and different currencies and different ways of communicating. So, but that was what we had to do. We had to take that chance and put in that effort, and we did. And we created the My Black Experience Challenge, and just had yesterday our finalists of the top 10 people, and then we came down to our top 3 cash prize winners, and we'll be sending off those rewards tomorrow.
Wow. Talk about a global impact. Talk
Yes.
about you guys caught the ball and ran with it. And as you were speaking, I'm not all the way well versed with what the challenge looked like in social media, because I'm actually not on Facebook like that. However, my mind automatically went to seeing all of the, the youth in Africa or around the world that are just sharing that joy for dance, sharing who they are, that Black richness, that culture, and to just know that, we see that, but we don't know who's behind these initiatives, who's behind getting more exposure to parts of the world that are not exposed, and to be able to hear and learn that there are talent hubs where you can actually either scout talent or bring opportunity to talent in other places is absolutely amazing. So I would like to know, from these efforts that you've done so far, what measurable impact are you actually seeing within your participants, within their personal lives, their careers, their visibility, their online visibility? What are you seeing?
Well, let's just take the business model into account, which is fans, artists, and venues. And then also our motto at Fave Unite is when fans rule, everyone wins. Everyone. So we are so excited because in these presentations that were made, so to go back to the number of people that submitted, we had 107 submissions, and incredible submissions from children dancing in their village, to very well produced music videos or recording or studio recordings, to short films. The 4 categories were dance, short film, spoken word, and music. Okay. So again, we hadn't anticipated having that many submissions, and then to have to go through all of these and go, who do we pick here, right? So we went to the talent hubs. We just said, you guys take this group. We didn't have any. Everything was very random. We said, you guys take this group, this group, this group. So we had 4 different groups go through all of these submissions, and had the talent hubs, because that's a part of their work, to scope talent, to evaluate, provide artist feedback, that type of thing. That's their work. And so they narrowed it down to the top 43. And we took all of those 43 submissions and put them on YouTube and said, when fans rule, everyone wins. Go ahead, share your particular video with your fans. Whoever gets the most likes and comments is then at the top. So we proved our business model. When fans rule, everyone wins. We gave the power to the people, the power to the fans, right? The artists were right in the center. And we had people that also helped sponsor, like the Black Business Network. That is a venue. So those 3 worlds came together right in this competition, in this challenge, right? And then so that was our first, I'd say, measurable impact. The second thing that we've found is that it allowed them to expand their audience reach, because of all of the marketing that we had done on Facebook, on Instagram. As a company, we do that. We promote and we market. We promoted and marketed all of their talent underneath the umbrella of the My Black Experience Challenge. And from that, they were able to get more views on content that they may have already done maybe a year or 2 ago, that may, in their own social media, on their own YouTube page or own Instagram page, gotten maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 likes, or in some instances, a couple, 100 responses. This challenge took that and augmented it exponentially for many of them. And then we took those that had the most likes and comments and brought them into a top 10. So it got them great visibility. And that's just for what the challenge presented. But because they are all a part of our Fave Unite family now, we can now extend that to people not only in the top 10, but to everybody that was on the platform. And that is what we're in the process of doing now.
Wow. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful system that you guys have. It really is a give and receive flow, you know?
Yes.
So I would
Yes, I
love
agree.
to know, what were some of the biggest logistical challenges within managing a multinational rollout, and how did you address them?
Well, we could not have done it without the hubs. We have to give credit to those hubs. The Eurocon Talent Hub in Nakuru, Kenya. That hub is in a city that is designated as a UNESCO Creative City of Craft and Folk Art. So they're very well versed on working with many different types of talent, from visual to music, right? We also had the youth making a positive impact in Zambia hub. We also had of course, Kingdom Talent Arena. And so all of these hubs were very helpful in trafficking, making sure that they were able to share with their talent hubs what we were doing in the coming from the United States. So we have to give them a lot of credit. But then there's just the whole technical aspect of it. Now, fortunately, we were able to use shared drives for them to provide information, to provide short clips, which was what we used to as their submission, because we didn't want to have files that were too large. We discovered that we can't have files that are too large. We can't have files that are too small, or snippets that are too small, that we could not really gauge what their talent is. We had to make sure that we were in constant communication in our messenger or our WhatsApp feed, because this could look like a scam. It could look like, you see sponsored ads all the time, and you're like, is that real? Is that really real? And so we had to make sure that we were in constant communication with them to maintain a lot of transparency. So in terms of our mental and physical bandwidth, it took a lot, as well as the bandwidth that it takes to manage the technology. So there were a lot of moving parts, but it all came from a level of compassion, a level of integrity, and to make sure that they understood that we were that we are here for the long haul, that this is not just, the challenge is over, have a good luck with the rest of your life. No, this is one where we are a family now, and that we have a commitment to working with the different hubs and helping those artists that really need some polish and really need information on how to market their craft in their hometown, as well as on an international basis. So, but yeah, it wasn't easy, but it was a labor of love.
Yeah, and especially when each one of these people you're working with humans, so it's like, I think there's a certain authenticity that organization needs to have, so that the demographic, the consumer, the people that you're bringing this value to can feel that and present that right back to you. So how would you define the authentic Black storytelling of this challenge, and how was that principle honored throughout the challenge?
Well, I tell you, first of all, I just want to invite people to go to Fave Unite TV or YouTube space, so that you can see this challenge. We thought it was going to be an hour program. It was an hour and 56 minutes, and we live stream. There were tears. There were presentations. People gave on the spot performances, especially our spoken word artists. They really, showed up and showed out. Even my husband, who's also a spoken word artist, they were like, come on, Eugene, let's hear you. He's like,
That's
okay,
funny.
that's
The last person who was up here was a spoken word artist, and these poets really go hard in life. They are very brave and courageous. So
Well, speaking of brave and courageous, you got to consider too that a lot of the spoken word artists that we came across in this challenge are dealing with some political climates that are very tough. And if they're a part of, a couple of them are, part of the opposition. And so they have to be very careful about how they are showcased, who's seeing the information, making sure that their lives are protected. And they took a chance, they took a risk to even be a part of this, to give some of the performances that they gave. And so we're just grateful that they entrusted us. We were extremely honored that they entrusted us to allow us to showcase their talent. But yeah, it was and going back to the authenticity, that speaks right to the authentic nature of an authentic representation that you don't see in a collective situation, which we're very, very grateful for. Others, like I said, the kids. We had a woman that submitted her video where she's just in her backyard singing. And again, to artists that have some exceptional exceptional skills in Afro beats, and it could really, really make a mark here. So we are looking to have further conversations with them. But let me tell you about the top winners. Again, we had 9 or 10 finalists, and the top winner. And this kind of goes to how different countries, what they see as talent, okay, or as how they see the best performance might be different than how we in the West see the best performance. The person that got the best, that got the overall votes, his presentation, he's a dancer, kind of reminds you of Africa's Michael Jackson type of thing. And it was the audience that was as much of the performance as the gentleman on stage. I told him, I'm like, it brought me back to when I saw Michael Jackson in at the Circle Star Theater in California when I was 9 years old and screaming, that type of thing. And he, he just has a huge following. People love him. They love his dancing. They love his expressions. His name is Robert Ponyoko out of Kenya. Then our second place, her name is Ndongisit Basi. She is from Nigeria, and she is a gospel recording artist. Just beautiful voice, exceptional songwriter. And then our third place was another dancer. Her name is Judith Williams, and she's one of those dancers that that it just comes to her quite naturally. So her dance was more traditional in a sense. So we had a variety, but then our other performers were again spoken word artists. We had performances by a gentleman named Isaac Bright, who has a song called Humanity that literally brings me to tears every time I hear it. We had the spoken word artist Blessing B, Precious, Crystal J. Just I can't even tell you. You just have to go onto our YouTube and look at the My Black Experience Challenge semi-finalist playlist.
Well, I'm definitely going to be checking that out. I'm from Harlem, New York. So, arts, culture, I'm a fellow dancer. So, all of that excites me. And, it throws me into appreciating how, from your movements, from your efforts, the lives you're touching, like you said earlier about the spoken word and like it being more political, and it just is a divine reflection of where these individuals are and what they're dealing with and what they're experiencing. So from all of these, the world of possibilities is open for you. And Fav Unite.
Fave Unite, like
I'm sorry,
fave, like favorite, Fave
yes,
Unite,
yes,
yes.
Fave Unite. The door of possibilities is open for you. So from what you have experienced, the lives that you've touched, the way the impact has unraveled thus far, what are your plans for evolving the My Black Experience Challenge? Are there any special annual editions we can look out for, a broader representation, more of a cross-continent expansion? Well, what are you envisioning? Please share with us.
All of the above. All of the above. I mean, the challenge was scheduled for 9 a.m. August the 2nd, yesterday, Central Standard Time. But we are still buzzing. We're still having conversations. We had at least 3 or 4 meetings later on that day to make sure that we were sharing with the artist how happy and how excited we were. But then we were also doing, well, let's look at this as a franchise. Let's look at this as an enterprise. What are the next steps? We are again on OTT television, so people can find us on Roku, Fire Stick, and Android TV. You can find us on Fave Unite FM, which a bulk of our listeners are from Africa and the Caribbean. And then you can also find us on faveunite.com, which is our space where we do online events. So you're going to be able to experience the My Black Experience Challenge in all of those media. We now have the My Black Experience Challenge show on Fave Unite FM. So we're going to start populating that with the audio of the spoken word artist and many of the music artists that are a part of this challenge, and we'll be able to invite others that weren't necessarily part of it at this time, but to be a part of that as well, as we keep that whole chat open, that whole submissions line open at all times. For the short film, they obviously will have availability on Fave Unite TV, and to be able to connect with our basically the people that are a part of our group that are in the film industry, a part of our advisory council that are in the film industry, and get some tips and guidance on how they can improve their concept. And a lot of people, this is not just subject to Africa, but now people, especially filmmakers, are using their phones. They're using their phones to create, beautiful movies. They're taking their iPhone 11s or whatever they are, and getting them on major movie platforms. So we know that that's possible, and we want to be one of those platforms. We are one of those platforms, and then to be able to provide them with education and coaching through our online event space. So then we will be able to work with different countries, go through these different hubs to maybe create individual My Black Experience challenges that's specific to the countries, rather than having all of them come together at once. But there's lots of ways that we can do it. And the most important thing is that we've been able to, again, prove the business model and gain a level of trust not just in a different country, but on a different continent. That's what really blew me away personally. That's what blew me away. And and as a matter of fact, just within the last 24 hours, the hub in Makurdi, Nigeria, now has our signage on their wall, so we now have a physical space in Nigeria.
Wow, that is absolutely groundbreaking. Okay,
Literally groundbreaking.
trailblazing.
Yes.
Okay, there's nothing to be taken lightly. This is excellence. This is greatness. I am extremely applauding you for your accomplishments, you and your family.
Thank
And
you.
I'm already hearing that there's like my Black dance experience challenge, my Black spoken word experience challenge, my Black. Each one could be its own spin-off, and the world of opportunities that you're bringing to each one of these creatives on any part of the world is just amazing. So
thank you.
For all of those, you are welcome. For all of those in media or tech or another creative, like I said, I'm a fellow dancer, right? Who's listening today, what support, what resources, or partnerships would help Fave Unite reach that next level so that the impact can only be magnified?
Well, thank you so much for that question, because that is important. And what I love about being able to share this on the Black Business Network is that this is a great social tie. This is a great social impact tie. And what we would like, and what we're putting out there as a call to action that we have done in our normal promotion, but because we are a a channel, which is again on Roku, as well as our URL, and because we have these different media spaces, we definitely invite those that want to do any product placement of their products and services. That in and of itself would be a way that we can augment what we're doing on the continent of Africa, as well as in the United States, because we know that this is important for creatives, Black creatives here in the U.S. And the other way, we do have a way for people to donate. They can go to our website, which is FAVUNITE.com. They can go to FAVUNITETV.com. Of course, you can always go to our radio platform, FaveUniteFM.com, and there are ways to donate in each one of those areas. But I would say that again, a reciprocal relationship. In partnership, we have a space for businesses to promote what they're doing, and then we also have a way that we can give back. To the different countries that we're working with in the My Black Experience Challenge. The other way that we would love to have people support us is to reach out to us and just ask, what can we do to be supportive? Who can I connect you with? What are the resources that I have a business have that you might not have, just in terms of connections, and meet with us, because and just like the Black Business Network, we're a very important aspect of our culture right now. There is so much being done, and I always say, once again, to dampen or even strip away the history of Black people, and it never works. And it won't work this time. We always have to navigate and adjust, and we will again, and we're doing that again. So for those individuals that are looking to make sure that their stories are curated or their stories are captured and preserved, we are a space for that as well. And that in and of itself is a great support, even though it's a way that supports those individuals with those stories, but that helps us to get to have a more amplified voice of who we are as a business. So again, partnerships, donations, and ways that we can collaborate. We on our online platform, we have the Fave Unite Academy, which means that we can have individuals that have a story that they want to share monetized. So as a pay-per-view platform or an online ticketed event platform, we are able to share revenue. So it's a way that Fave Unite TV has a revenue stream, as well as the instructor or the person leading that event. So there are several different revenue streams for that we have available that would amplify the voices of those that are on the platform as well. So again, it's all reciprocal. My friend Enolia Harris Pedro, she calls it sacred reciprocity, and that is the our guiding star right there when it comes to support.
Well, thank you. I think she laid it all out for all of us. If you don't know the website, we'll have her say it one more time for us. But I just want to really thank you for coming in and sharing with us, sharing your expertise, sharing your project, and sharing how we can all stay up and comment with you and your Fave.
Yes, that's it.
United.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Please reach out. Again, you can go to faveunite.com. That's FAVUNITE.com. You can email at info@faveunitetv.com. That's info@faveunitetv.com. You can call our hotline at area code 816-819-9939.
Thank you very much. Until next time, you have a blessed day. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@faveunitetv.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she wants to be the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith, Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-Star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-Star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Samari Preston, and I will be your Black Business moderator for this afternoon. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network that provides empowerment, inspiration, and information.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Samari Preston, and I am your Black Business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we will be speaking with Brandy Hubbard. Miss Brandy Hubbard is an executive marketing director for American Classic Agency, as well as the president and founder of B Hub Insurance Club. She was born and raised in New York City and spent many years as a legal assistant. Her dedication to helping families has earned her accolades, including ACA's six-figure income ring. Welcome, Miss Brandy Hubbard.
Hi, how are you?
Are you muted?
Let me see. I don't it. Can't hear me?
Oh, we're having a little sound delay.
Can you hear me now?
All right. Well, as we get that situated, let's see.
Are you able to hear me?
All right. So maybe our back team is working on that as we get that situated.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How's everyone doing? Get excited. We were having some technical difficulties, but that's okay, right? We're going to keep this show moving, and we want to welcome everyone. So my name is Brandy Hubbard, and I am just super excited that I have the opportunity to be here on the Black Business Network today. And today I'm going to talk to you all about an amazing, when I say an amazing event that we have coming up here in the Hampton Roads, Virginia area on August 21st. That's a Thursday, August 21st at 6:30 p.m. And I am just super excited about this event. So let me tell you a little bit about myself and how I got started in the financial services arena. So I was born and raised in New York City, right? And for many years, I was a legal assistant. I was a legal secretary first, then I transitioned to become a legal assistant. And working at a law firm, especially like a large law firm, they just wanted you to work all the time, right? I mean, we even had showers in the office, okay? So that's how serious they were. They didn't want you to go home. They just wanted you to eat, breathe, sleep the law firm. And I just was not feeling that. I was a single mom, and I was thinking to myself, there has to be a better way. There just has to be. So because of that, um, I was searching and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. And I was watching different shows, and I was like, that entrepreneurship is looking really good to me right now, right? But of course, having not been an entrepreneur before, I didn't really know where to start. But I actually ran into a gentleman by the name of Mr. Anthony Stewart. I'm gonna give him his flowers because he took me under his wing, and he was like, look, you have the personality, you love people, financial services, that seems like that's something you could really do. And the truth is, I love people, right? I loved helping people. So I said, well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give this a shot. And here it is 25 years later, and I am still working with that same gentleman, right? So you got to get excited about that. So let me tell you a little bit about this event. What's making it so exciting is I'm actually going to have the president and CEO of our company come down to the Hampton Roads area along with the chief marketing officer, and we're going to talk to people about entrepreneurship and how they could start on that journey, right? So, what kind of agents do we look for? Well, we're looking for people who are sick and tired of living paycheck to paycheck, right? Does that sound like you? Someone who just doesn't want to get up and go to work. They just dread going to work, right? Someone who has more bills at the end of the month than they have money, right? Um, and sometimes it's not even about starting a whole new career. You just may want some additional income, right? Some people that work with us, they still work their 9 to 5. So they basically have a 9 to 5 job and they're entrepreneurs. You have a lot of people who are able to handle both, right? So maybe you just want some additional income to help send your kids through college, or to have a vacation fund so you could travel the world. Or maybe you want to make that additional income so that you could really set yourself up for a good retirement. That's who we're looking for, right? We don't want no tire kickers, though. We want people who have the heart and the hustle, and that's willing to put the work in, right? Because you do get paid for your efforts, right? That's what we're looking for. Now, what do we do? Because you want to be passionate about anything that you put your mind to, right? So, what we do is we help people to protect their income, eliminate debt, and create legacies. Now, let's dig a little deeper into that. So, when you think of becoming a licensed agent, um, it's so many different areas that you could work in, right? It's not just life insurance or health insurance. We have disability coverage. We help people with Medicare, supplements. We have long-term care. Many of our agents choose a niche. We have some people who are in the health industry anyway. We have a lot of nurses that work with us, but they just love being a nurse, right? But many of them are making more with us part time than they do on their full time jobs. But whatever area that you're looking to work in, we are able to support and train you in that. Now, one of the things that we do, um, we want to say we have a movement, right? That we're educating people. What I want people to understand is we don't look at us as being salesy or salespeople. We look at ourselves as being change makers, right? We're trying to help people to create legacies. We're trying to educate people. So we love to tell people, listen, if you get involved with American Classic Agency, we want you to know that you're educating the community, that our team is actually impacting our local community in ways that go far beyond policies and paperwork. You see, we're showing families how they can get out of debt because let me tell you, debt, it just brings about stress, right? Wouldn't you say? And so many people, because of the debt, I often hear people say, you know what? I'm just gonna die in debt. Like they just don't see a way out. And we don't, and we want to help get rid of these GoFundMe's. Okay. These GoFundMe accounts, your loved one should not have to rely on a GoFundMe account, right? For you to be able to put them to rest. You're already struggling with an emotional disaster. Who wants to suffer with a financial disaster at that same time, right? So we want people to understand that if you get your financial house in order, you could live the life that you've always dreamed of. And nobody's saying that that has to be where you want to be a millionaire, right? Not everybody wants to be a millionaire. Everyone has different priorities. But to be able to put yourself in a situation where you're not only helping others to become debt free, but you're actually learning these strategies for yourself and your family so that you can break the cycle. That's amazing, right? So this isn't a job, right? It's a movement because we're building legacy minded leaders. We train people to serve with heart and hustle, right? So whether they're helping someone pay off a 30-year mortgage in less than 9 years, and I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit, right? That's what we need help for. You know that saying, it takes a village? We need people to join forces with us because one of our biggest products that we educate people on is showing them how to pay off a 30-year mortgage, student loan debt, credit card debt, um, car loans, whatever kind of debt you have, right? We show people how to pay off all of that in 9 years or less. Prime example. And we help business owners to do the same. So I'm going to share an example. We had a gentleman who was 50 years old, owned a construction company, right? So between the building, the equipment, the overhead, he basically was in about $2.1 million worth of debt. Now, based on the strategies that he was familiar with, it was going to take him roughly 29 years to get out of debt. Almost 30, because it was like 29.8, right? So you might as well round it up to 30 years, right? And he was like, be 80 years old when I'm out of debt. How can I really enjoy life at 80? What am I supposed to do? Travel the world then? So when we had the opportunity to sit down with this gentleman and we showed him the strategy that we utilized, drum roll, get ready for this. He was going to be able to be out of debt in 6 years. 6 years. So 29, 30 years compared to 6 years. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we see so many people that literally shed tears when we share this information with him. So now he's thinking, instead of me being 80, I'll be like 56. I can enjoy life, not only be completely debt free, but you can build wealth at the same time. That's what we're showing people how to do. Like, this is about empowerment, it's about ownership, it's about legacy, and that's what separates us. We're not just selling products, we are actually restoring hope. So, moving right along, why is helping families to protect their income and eliminate debt so important to us? Well, because we've seen too many families struggling, right? Not from a lack of love, let's say, but more of a lack of knowledge and access. You see, our communities have mainly been taught to do what? Get life insurance to cover your burial costs. That's what we've been taught. We've never been taught that life insurance is actually a vehicle that can help you to create generational wealth, right? So when income isn't protected, one unexpected moment, whether that's a job loss, illness, or an unexpected untimely death, that can send an entire household into a major crisis. And that's the silent dream killer. Wouldn't you agree? It keeps people up at night, stuck in survival mode. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't feel like you have a way out. And that's why I am so passionate and so excited and looking forward to this amazing recruiting event we're having. We're currently all over in the United States. I wish we could be in other countries. Well, you do have opportunities in other countries as well, right? So that might be something worth looking into, but we currently work with anyone within the United States, and it's really not that difficult to get started. Now, our team is on this mission, right? We want to break those cycles. We're teaching people how to build safety nets, right? Not just for emergencies, but for their future. We just don't want people to get by, right? I know most people want more, right? And a lot of people just don't know how to break out of that cycle. So we're excited. We're looking forward to, meeting people from all walks of life. We have people on our team that are veterans, teachers, nurses. In fact, our chief marketing officer, he used to be an engineer, right? So it's important for us, because we feel like we're not just agents, we're literally advocates. We're really on a mission, to create better lives for people. And we believe that every family deserves to live with dignity, confidence, and a real shot at creating a true legacy for their family. So I'm taking notes here because I want to make sure I don't miss anything important, right? So, who would be a great fit? Well, we're definitely looking for individuals who may be currently licensed. That is a definite plus. But we're also open to those who are serious, motivated, those who want to learn, because honestly, it really doesn't take long to get licensed. Uh, 30 days or less, we find that people can get licensed, and it doesn't cost an arm and a leg to do so either. The perfect fit is someone who has heart and hustle and they have a strong why, right? We want people who genuinely care about helping others and who are coachable, driven, and not afraid to step into leadership. We really want to mentor people and help them to step into those leadership roles. So if you've got the get up and go mindset, we've got the system, the mentorship, and the movement to match it. We have people on our team that have been in the industry for almost 30 years. You would be learning from the best. We don't just load you down with a bunch of videos, right? Go watch this. No, we actually take people up under our wing. We do a lot of our work virtually. So you don't necessarily even have to leave your home. You can actually work from home. You can set your own hours. Um, and this would actually be a great opportunity for college students, right? You have a lot of college students, especially with the economy that we have, not just college students, but everyone, right? Who are living paycheck to paycheck. But college students, this is great for you all because you can set your own schedule. So if you have a lot of schoolwork to do, if you have exams going on, instead of working a part-time job or having to punch a clock, having a position like this will give you the ability to earn the income you need, but on your terms as well, right? So that's who we're looking for. Um, Next, let's see here. Who or what kind of training? I already provided that. So I'm going to give you the real scoop on what's going down. We're going to go over some of the product knowledge that we're going to have available then, the different product offerings that we have. We're going to take a deep dive into how the Get Out of Debt program actually works so that you can get a feel for the business and what we're having to offer. And once you hear the different things and the different ways that we're helping people in this industry, it may encourage you and motivate you to want to be a part of this because you truly see the benefit in helping the community, right? Also, what do you say to someone listening right now? Or what would I say to someone listening right now who may feel stuck? I've been there before. I know what it's like to, be in the supermarket and before I go up to the register, I'm counting the product, the products I have in my shopping cart because I don't have enough money. I'm not sure if I have enough money, right, to even get the all of the items. I know how it feels to get up to the cashier and have to start taking stuff out of the cart. We want to get rid of that, right? We want to change that for our communities, right? We want to be able to offer people real hope for their future. um, One of the points that I want to also bring out is um, the lives that we are impacting. It's just amazing to see some of the clients' testimonies on how we've made a real difference in their lives. We're changing thousands of people's lives, right? From families who never had life insurance at all, to clients who felt like they were never going to be out of debt. We're actually shifting those financial mindsets and the outcomes, right? So when I think about this recruiting event that we have coming up in August, it isn't about building a sales force, right? It's about building a legacy force. That's how I look at it. A team that leads with heart, that serves with integrity, and changes communities one conversation at a time. Someone who's not just commission driven, right? But they truly want to help people. So that's what I'm looking at, right? That we're building this legacy force. It's not just a team, but we're here to actually shift mindsets, break cycles, change lives, one family at a time. So before we close out, we have a few more minutes. Some of the things that I would like to do before we do that is just kind of talk from the heart and talk about um, some of the myths about life insurance and just wanting to touch your heart today because there have been so many people that I've sat down over 25 years, right, of being in business. And I'm tired of hearing, well, I'm not going to leave him nothing, or I'm not going to leave, or they could just put me in a box. I want you to really think about that. Put you in a box. Do you really think your loved ones are just going to put you in a wooden box, right? We really have to start thinking differently, right? Why wouldn't you want to leave them something? You know, other cultures, they realize the value and the benefit of life insurance. What if your parents left you not even $1 million, but $250,000, right? Could that change your life? Could that be maybe the down payment you needed for your house? Or could that be the money you needed to go to an Ivy League school? Or could that be the money that you could have needed to start a business so that you can carry on that generational wealth? When, and I'm speaking from the heart because I still sit down with families today who only have maybe $20,000 worth of coverage, barely enough to even cover the funeral. Okay. And I'm thinking to myself, no one gave them the education that they need to really understand the benefits of life insurance. And here's the other thing I want you to think about. So many people say, well, I'm single, I'm not married, I don't have kids, I don't really need it. But yes, you do. Because it's not the same old traditional life insurance. We're talking about life insurance you don't have to die to use. That's the way I like to phrase it, right? It comes with what we call living benefits. So even as a single person, you need to stop and think, what do I have in place in the event that I become ill? Because we all feel like, oh, that's not going to happen to me, right? But unfortunately, things happen. But we always think it's not going to happen to us. But as a single person, let's say, God forbid, you were diagnosed with cancer, your kidneys failed, you had a heart attack, you had a stroke. We have policies now where you can actually access your death benefit while you're still living. Well, why would that be important? Because even if, let's say, you had a good government job, right? Or whatever job that you're working, if you don't have what they call the PTO, the paid time off, right? Your job, if you're a good worker, they might say, well, listen, you can take the time off without pay. So now here you are trying to recuperate from a massive heart attack or maybe a terrible diagnosis of cancer with no income. What are you going to do? You have no disability in place. You have no long-term care in place. What are you going to do? And I'm going to share my personal story, right? So, unfortunately, my husband was diagnosed with prostate cancer. And, we weren't expecting that, right? But then, not even a year later, he had to have triple bypass heart surgery, open heart surgery. And he's still recuperating from that now. If we didn't have things in place, we would be in a major jam. So I want you to understand, and the icing on the cake too is when people think, well, I have it through my job. That's the wrong answer too. Because most jobs only provide maybe 15,000, maybe 20,000, right? Some jobs may allow you to get 2 or 3 times your income. Still not bad, right? But what happens if you're fired? You no longer have coverage. What happens if you quit that job, right? And you're in between jobs and something happens to you. But here's the part that most people don't think about. What if you become ill and you have to take leave without pay? When you're on leave without pay, they have no way of taking money out to cover benefits. So when you go on leave without pay, not only do you not have the additional benefits of life insurance or disability, you don't even have your health insurance at that point, which they would send you a package called Cobra. And let me tell you, you can't afford Cobra, right? I mean, the way health insurance is now, families have to pay 12, 13, $1,400 just to cover their family. Cobra is usually 3 times the amount, 4 times the amount you're paying when you're actually working. It's just unbelievable. So these are some of the things that I want you to think about. But these are also some of the things I want you to think about on how being a part of American Classic Agency, you would be a part of an educational movement, being able to reach out into our community, right? And help families, one family at a time. And I mean, the joy on their face when they really get it. And when you see them, building that wealth, it's just priceless, right? So, where is this big event? We're down here in the Virginia Beach area, right? August 21st. That's towards the end of the summer. Come down and have a mini vacation. Bring your family. Go down to the beach. We have everything here. Busch Gardens. I mean, there's so many things. You could turn it into a mini vacation. So, Thursday, August 21st, 6:30 p.m. at the Residence Inn, 1500 Crossways Boulevard, Chesapeake, Virginia. If you want to find out how you can get a link, we're also on Eventbrite, Money Moves, Mission Driven. You can look us up. Register for free. Come and get this valuable information. Even if you're not really necessarily interested in earning that additional income, you could learn how some of these products could change the life for your families, right? So come on down to Virginia Beach area and join us once again for this amazing recruiting event. We've already been in Texas, we've been in Atlanta, we're going all around the US on this tour, this recruiting tour, because we are looking for leaders. And could that next leader be you? It could be life changing. I'm living proof of that. It has totally changed my life, and I would love to reach out and help change someone else's life. So that's all I got for you all today. I'm super excited. I'm ready to turn this event back over to our hostess with the mostest, right? And I hope you all gathered some good gems that I dropped today. Even if you're not the one that's looking for this additional income, perhaps you know someone. So share the information. Follow me on Facebook. I'm posting up the information everywhere. And I will see you all at the top because the bottom is too overcrowded. Thank you for your time. I believe Dr. Kelly will be back on here any moment. I was looking in the comments to see if I saw any questions. I don't see any questions there. And we'll give him a moment to come back. I'm trying to think of, is there anything that I left out? I don't think so. Let me let them know. I'm going to wait patiently and let's see. Dr. Kelly. You're muted, Bridget.
Sorry about that. Okay, we're back. Well, thank you so much for that information. We are glad to have you here. So we would definitely love to have you again. And we want to make sure that you give the audience information on how they can contact you or get in touch with you, where they can find you.
Sure. Once again, they can find me on Facebook, Brandy Hubbard, with by my name. You can also reach out to me at 443-864-7337. You can also find more information on what we do on my website at bhubb.info. That's B and then HUBB.info. So thank you for your time today. I've really enjoyed being here on Black Business Network, and you all take care. Thank you so much.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021. And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Brandy Hubbard, and I am going to be your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing the business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be having a presentation today from a very special guest speaker, Bridget, the Boss Lady Perkins. She is a dynamic entrepreneur, business coach, author, and motivational speaker. Bridget is known for turning big visions into practical action, empowering new entrepreneurs, nonprofit founders, and wellness communities through clear guidance, engaging content, and heartfelt leadership. From financial literacy to healing and personal growth, Bridget's work bridges the gap between business success and inner well-being. She's here today to inspire, equip, and help you to become the best version of yourself in life and in business. So let's give a warm welcome to Bridget, the Boss Lady Perkins.
Good afternoon, family. I'm back. Your favorite monthly podcast panelist. Thank you for that heartfelt introduction. So today, I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on S corporations. And I know I've probably talked about this several times on the podcast. I talk about it a lot on my podcast, on social media, but there's still a little bit of uncertainty, a slight little confusion about what S corporations are. For short, most people call them S corps. Now, most of the business owners that I have connected with or networked with have heard about this. It's not an entity, but about this tax election on YouTube, different social media channels, and they, people are coercing them to form you an S corp, start your business as an S corp. So we're going to talk about, number one, what an S corp really is, why, when, and how do I switch to an S corp as a business owner, and what are the real tax benefits as an S corporation in election. So the S corp election can either save your business thousands of dollars in taxes, or it can cost you if you get it wrong. Now, the difference between an LLC and an S corp is really none, because number one, an S corporation is not an entity. It is not a legal business structure. You cannot go to your Secretary of State's website and say, hey, let me click on this because I want to start an S corp. It's not a business entity or legal structure. S corp only strictly means that you are filing your business taxes on an S corporation level. You want to elect to file your business taxes on a corporation level. It is a tax filing status or classification, if you will. That is what it is. So basically, your business is still an LLC, or it could be a corporation. Now, if you have a DBA, which is a doing business as, which is on a lower level on your county or parish. In Louisiana, we have parishes. They have parishes. If it's on a county level, you don't have to worry about that because you are not allowed to elect an S corporation election or DBA. So I'm going to give you a quick example so that you can understand what I'm talking about better. You started your business. Normally they say, and that's just some people's rule of thumb, well, the first 1, 2, 3 years, your business normally takes a loss on your income and expenses, your profit and loss statement. You take a loss. Well, let's say that is the case with your business. So by that 4th year, now you've seen a net income on your profit and loss statement. And that net income happened to be about $50,000 in income, taxable income, after all of your expenses have been taken into consideration. So your business ends up with a $50,000 net income. Now, an LLC is a pass-through taxable entity, which means all of the income and expenses that your business makes is passed through to you. It's passed down to your personal tax return. You do not file 2 different tax returns for just a regular LLC that's just regularly filing their taxes as a business. The way the IRS knows that you are running a business is because in your tax return, in that personal tax return, there's a form called a Schedule C. That is where all of your income and expenses are listed, which comes up with your net profit or loss. So now at the end of the day, at the end of the tax season, you've prepared your tax return, you had a $50,000 net profit. So guess what? You personally have to pay taxes on that $50,000 worth of net income. So now you say, oh, wow, I didn't budget for this. I didn't expect this. First thing is you should have an accountant or bookkeeper on deck to help you pre-budget and do your financials. But that's another story. So now you go into a meeting with a CPA or an accountant or a bookkeeper who can possibly help you eliminate or lessen your taxable liability. So the first thing that I would suggest is, okay, between $40,000 and $50,000 income, taking in consideration you don't have any dependents, any other deductions, anything else that can drive that taxable liability down any further. I would suggest that you file your taxes the next coming year. If you think all things will be constant, file your taxes and elect to file as an S corporation. That is a scenario. So then you have some people that are just running their business and they make the minimum income. If you have not reached that magnitude, the $40,000, $50,000 a year, I would suggest that you continue to file your taxes, just a regular tax return without the S corp election. But again, there's other variables that are in place when I would suggest that. So now, an S corp, there's a form that you have to file whenever you file your taxes to be elected as an S corp. That form is called a 2553, Form 2553. That's asking or requesting the IRS to file that tax return as an S corp. Now, there may be some circumstances where the IRS will deny that request. So far, no one who I've consulted with have been denied their request or turned down by the IRS. So I don't know what those things would be. Again, I have never had that happen to any of my clients, so I couldn't tell you what those things would be in order for them to decline that request. Now, one of the things that you have to remember is an S corporation tax return have to be filed by March 15th. But again, let me tell you to separate the two. You're gonna have to file 2 tax returns at that point. So first thing is, once you elect to file your business as an S corporation, at that time is when you will have to file 2 tax returns. You will have to file what they call a corporate tax return, which is where your business, let's say ABC another business LLC, we'll call that. The name of the business will be another business LLC. So now another business LLC have to prepare a tax return, and it takes all of the income and all of the expenses. So it's no longer considered like a pass-through anymore. It is, but not directly. It's indirectly. So now that corporation is taking all of the income and all of the expenses. But when you prepare a tax return for an S corporation, it is really a report. That S corp tax return does not pay any taxes. It's just a report, basically. So you take all of your income, you subtract all of your expenses, and still you end up with a net profit or a net loss. Now, let's give another example. Once you took all of your income and subtracted all of your expenses, now you have a net profit of $10,000. You will receive what they call a K-1. A K-1 is similar to a W-2 or 1099. Or 1099K for those out there who sell products and use like the Square or the QuickBooks Reader or any of the credit card readers. You will receive a 1099K once you make so much income. So that is what a K-1 is. Now, if it's just you, only one owner, you'll receive that K-1 in the amount of a positive number of $10,000. So let me go back over that. You took all of your income, you subtracted all of your expenses, you're filing your tax return this particular year as an S corporation. So now you will receive a K-1 from your corporation in the amount of $10,000. As I stated, it's just like a W-2 or 1099. Before we get to the next step, you also have to know that once you start filing your tax return for your LLC as an S corporation, you will then have to formally start paying yourself a salary, a reasonable salary. And you have to hold out federal, Social Security, and Medicare taxes out of that salary, just as if you were on a job. And you will have to give yourself a W-2 at the end of the year. The W-2 will show how much you personally made from your business. And the K-1 is the net income or loss that your business actually took. So you will have 2 documents to file on your personal tax return. So those 2 amounts go on your personal tax return. But that S corporation tax return have to be filed by March 15th. If not, if you don't think you'll meet that deadline, you can definitely file for an extension. Once that is done, and the reason why they have those entities filed before April 15th, which is when your normal tax return as an individual is filed, is because that gives you a small window to have that prepared so that it can go on your personal tax return. So that's why that one is due early. S corporations, C corporations, partnerships, all of those different entities have to file that tax return by March 15th. Now it's time for you to file your personal tax return. Those 2 documents, that W-2 from your business and that K-1, is what goes on your personal tax return. Before we even get to that step again, there's something else that you should know. Once you start filing your business as a S corporation, it would be in your best interest to open up another small account with the bank that your business banks with in order to move those amounts for your taxes to that account. Now, at the end of each quarter, then you should pay those taxes in to the taxing authority, the IRS. If you do not have a bookkeeper, you definitely need to use a spreadsheet at the least to keep up with those deductions to make sure that you're filing the correct amount. So it's not really that hard, but you still should consult with someone that can help you set that up if you're not, either computer savvy or a little tax savvy. So these are some things that you definitely need to know before forming that S corporation status with the IRS. And the reason I'm giving you all of these little tidbits of information is because, again, we hear these things out here on the social media platforms, on YouTube, and it's just vaguely brushed across the surface and not really explained to you in details all of the other things that come with filing your taxes as an S corporation election. So that's why I'm giving you all these little small things. Now, you definitely need to pay yourself a salary because you can come up under fire with the IRS for possibly tax evasion. That's just on the least. So, but those are things that you definitely need to consider before filing as an S corporation. Now, at this point, your business is on a pretty level now. It's not a side hustle. It's not a, oh, I'm just doing this to make money type thing. At this point, now the eyeballs are on you from the IRS or on your business structure from the IRS. Not only do you need to pay your payroll taxes for yourself for the IRS, but depending on what state you're in, there may be some state taxes that need to be set up and come out of your paying at this point. Definitely unemployment taxes. Then you consider workman's comp. You're considering insurance for yourself. Now you are your own employee for your business, so you have to conduct yourself as such at that time. So now you are your employer and employee, and that goes into another topic where you'll also be paying employee and employer taxes. So instead of just the standard tax rate for yourself for Social Security and Medicare, you also have to pay the employer's portion of Social Security and Medicare and yourself. So you're basically almost kind of double taxed on the front end. And that is another reason why I say it is to your best interest to consult with someone who knows all of this so that they can definitely direct you correctly and do a little tax strategy or some pre-planning and budgeting when it comes to scaling your business to another level. Now, once you get that W-2 and that K-1 and you're ready to file your personal taxes, your W-2 is going to go in there just like normal, just like any other way you get your taxes prepared. And trust me, for the people who do not file their own tax return, I know it may sound a little bit confusing, but I always tell my clients, even if you don't want to deal with your taxes, you don't know anything about a tax return, you should learn what's on that tax return. Do not be one of the ones who just shuffle your paperwork to your tax preparer and say, oh, I have the best tax preparer in the world, me included. Do not just shuffle me your paperwork and say, oh, I have the best accountant CPA in the world. She's going to get it right. That could possibly be true in your eyes, but people make mistakes. Software makes mistakes because you only get out what you put in. So it's in your best interest to definitely review those tax returns. Have them to explain to you what is on your tax return and why that information is on there and on there in the places that it's in. It is in your best interest to learn these things so that you become familiar with. You don't want to be one of those persons that's blindsided a couple of years down the road when you get a tax levy letter in the mail saying, hey, we're going to put a lien against your bank accounts for some odd reason. And then now you have to go find that person that prepared your taxes 2 or 3 years ago, and they're nowhere to be found, or possibly out of business. So you definitely don't want to be blindsided. So you want to definitely learn about all of these tax rules and regulations for the things that you're putting on your tax return. So now you're doing your tax return. The CPA is doing your tax return. They put your W-2 in. They put your K-1 in. So now you have that W-2 income. That K-1 portion is still your business income. So now at that point, you can still take a part of a loss on that $10,000 worth of income that you made through your business. Your tax preparer or your CPA or accountant should know how to do that. If they don't, you probably need to get another one. Anyway, so let's backtrack and do a review. Number one, an S Corp is not a business entity. It is not a business or legal business structure. An S corporation is only a tax filing status or classification that you elect the IRS to file your business taxes on a corporation level. We're going to get into how it saves you money. I've already talked about how it can cost you money because of all the taxes that you have to pay on the front end. You have to pay federal taxes for yourself because you have to pay yourself a salary. You have to pay Social Security taxes for you as the employee and as the employer. You have to pay Medicare taxes on yourself as the employee and as the employer. If you are in a state, let's say Louisiana, you also have to send in state taxes for yourself. If you are obligated to pay any type of employment taxes through the state, through the work source on yourself. Also, offer yourself workman's comp, health insurance, possibly life insurance, because it will become a deductible for you at that point. Your life insurance will. So those are some of the things that you have to remember when filing your business as an S corporation. So a lot of people will ask me, well, how does that make sense? Or, how do it save me taxes? It sounds like I'll be paying more taxes than saving taxes. But like I tell them, yes, in the beginning you will. But at the end of the day, it definitely can help save taxes. Now, I'm going to give you an example of one of my clients. My client has had their business. My clients have had their business for about, this is going on 8 years now. And the first few years was just, average income, not such a big loss, but they scaled up within 3-4 years. That business is now a multi-million-dollar company. It's a security company. So before I came on board as their accountant, they were already making millions. So, I just came in to kind of perfect it and help them scale up. So now they are on a scale to where they are about to turn their company into a corporation. So that is how important it is to learn about these different things with your business, because now they're on the big boy scale, as we call it. They are about to turn their company into a corporation, a C corporation, which of course now there's going to be bigger liabilities. It's more income, but there's going to be bigger liabilities. But anyway, I'm very excited for them. But I just wanted to give you that information. Once they hit that 4th year, they were well on their way. They turned that bad boy into an S corporation, and they've been scaling. Now, it hasn't been just all a smooth road, because there's other things that come in between going from just a regular LLC up to an S corp and then to a corporation. Now, will you be consistently profitable in order to pay these taxes? No business is never for sure to be consistently profitable. But you definitely want to do some pre-planning and pre-budgeting. Have you a strategy in place? Definitely don't think because you have that extra money there, that's a lot of more money that you can find something to spend on. Keep your strategy in place and keep your budget in place. Now, in order to stay compliant, stay with your laws and regulations with the IRS. if you have several employees under your umbrella, which the security company does, so it's not just that person and their wife, they have several employees because they're a security company. They have to send out security guards to different businesses. So now they are responsible for not only their taxes, they are responsible for their employees' taxes as well. They are responsible for those taxes. And yes, they have to pay employee taxes and employer taxes. So yes, that is a lot of money in taxes. And in any business where you have employees, your overhead, the bulk of your overhead normally comes from your payroll. The bulk of your overhead normally comes from your payroll. So at this point now, they outsource their payroll, which they've been doing it before I came on. Their payroll is outsourced to companies like ADP and other payroll companies. So when you get to that point to where you've pulled in a few employees, then you definitely want to get the assistance of a payroll company, someone who knows how to take those taxes out, what to do with those taxes, make sure that you are in compliance with the taxing authority, and making sure that your payroll is done correctly, appropriately, and accordingly. Now, that also brings in another expense. Now you have to pay a payroll company. So these are some things to think about. But those are the most important objectives about starting or filing your business as an S corporation, electing to file as an S corporation. But I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up real quick to show you how you can definitely save those taxes. Now, let's say, again, we can think about the fact of having $10,000 from a business is a lot of money when you're first starting off, but it's not sometimes. So you may want to, just put that $10,000 on your tax return, have at it, but you have that W-2 where you've already been paying taxes in, so they may cancel the two out and you don't end up owing taxes. What are you saying, Bridget? So I'm saying you may have made $50,000 from your corporation for the year, and you may have paid in, let's see, on an average, on a low scale, you pay about 10% in taxes off that money. So you may have paid in $5,000 in taxes. So then you get that K1 where you had a $10,000 profit. On a low scale, you may end up paying $1,000 in taxes. Well, if you paid in $5,000 in taxes on your W-2, then you subtract that $1,000 from that because you didn't pay any taxes on that K1, remember? That's directly from the corporation. You didn't pay any taxes on the $10,000, so on paper, it looks like you owe the IRS $1,000. But once the calculations are done in the background, what happens is you take the $5,000 where you paid the taxes in, subtract the $1,000 that you didn't pay in, so you should end up with receiving a refund of about $4,000. This is not just straight line, but this is just an idea of how it works. So there's other variables in between there. You may not end up with a flat $4,000, but on the surface, that's how it works. So you take that $5,000 in taxes that you paid in from the company on your W-2 part, subtract the $1,000 off of the $10,000 that you didn't pay taxes out of, and you should end up with about a $4,000 refund. So that's how it saves you taxes at the end of the day. You may end up with more if you're a person that's married, have dependents. So then you get the earned income credit, you get child tax credit, and so forth. So you see how that can help you save those taxes at the end of the year. It helps you not having to owe so much tax liability. So that's just an example of how that works. Now, let's say you're on a larger scale, like my client. Let's say you made about $2 million this year. So you're looking at that like, whoa, what am I going to do about that? If you're making that type of income, I'm pretty sure you have a bunch of expenses that you can take against that income as well. So on the corporation level, on the S corporation tax level, you have that $2 million in income, and you may have about 1.5 mil, 1.5 million. Just leave it like that. 1.5 million in expenses. Like I said, That your payroll is one of the biggest overhead expenses that you have. So $1 million of that would be mostly payroll. So that's a lot of expenses already to knock that $2 million off. You don't have to pay taxes on. So then you have office expenses. So you may have your rent, office rent to pay. So that may be about $100,000 a year. You have you have your phone, your utilities, all of those other office expenses with the security companies. Sometimes they have patrol cars, so you can take expenses on the patrol cars. You can take expenses on possibly I know this company actually sometimes have cell phones that some of their, maybe the lieutenants use for the business, so they can take a deduction on those cell phone bills that they are using. So there's other different deductions that you can also take to drive down that tax liability from that $2 million. So now let's say you had 2.5 million in expenses. So then you're like, what? I don't realize I spent that much money. So now you made 2 million in income, but you had 2.5 million in expenses. So now your business is taking a big $500,000 loss. Well, you take that $500,000 loss on a K-1 that's passed down to your personal tax return, and now you don't owe any taxes. But when you pay those taxes in, you'll get those taxes back that you paid in through your W-2. So now, the caveat to that part is, if you decide to scale up financially and you need to access some more capital, possibly from your bank, because now you want to expand and you want to get another office, or you want to branch out to another maybe state or something like that, and you need a little more capital to do this with, if the banks and the other financial institutions see a negative number on your bottom line, you can possibly be denied for any assistance. Anytime the banks and financial institutions see a negative number, which is 0, on your bottom line, you can possibly be denied for more capital. Because at the end of the day, they'll say, yeah, you made $2.2 million, but you had more expenses than income. And at the end of the day, you won't have enough money to pay this loan back. That's basically what they're saying. So once they look at those financials, which is one of the important things that you need to keep up with, your profit and loss statements and your balance sheets. Those are your financial statements that they will want to see when you try to access other capital from different banks and other financial institutions. So I don't care how much your business makes. You can have $1 million of those dollars sitting in a bank account somewhere. But if you have a 0 on your bottom line, you're telling the bank that you have nothing left to pay them with. Once you've taken all your income and expenses into consideration, you don't have anything else to pay them with. So that's why they'll deny you. So anyway, I want to just give another recap just so you get this. One of the main key points in all of this is, before you choose that S corporation election, please do you a budget. Do you a pre-budget. Have a strategy in place. Consult with a CPA, consult with an accountant, even a bookkeeper, a real good bookkeeper can definitely explain to you how these taxes work. Consult with someone that can explain this stuff to you. Even if you have to call the IRS, you can call the IRS. You don't have to be scared of them. They'll definitely tell you how it works and what you should do. Now, they cannot give you any planning on how it's going to work with your business per se, because they don't know your books. They don't know what your financials look like. They haven't seen your income statements and P&Ls and balance sheets. But you definitely can contact a IRS agent and speak with someone and have them explain that to you. Even banks, the bank that you bank with, they have people at the banks that can assist you with a tax strategy or assist you with some planning and budgeting. Even just on the profit and loss side, they have people there. So utilize the resources that you have. if you are not prepared to pay for a CPA, because they do get expensive. Accountants, they are kind of on the expensive end. So if you do not have that money out there budgeted for a CPA, you can go to a bank. You can consult with someone in the banks. You can consult with someone at the IRS, but definitely take out that time to learn your business. That will help you scale up. It will help you stay in business if you learn those small things. But so as a recap, normally I tell my clients, do not worry about that S Corp status in the beginning. Wait until you start making you at least about 5 figures. So number one, what did we learn? An LLC and an S Corp is really the same thing, or you can have a corporation. So LLC, S Corp, same thing. Number two, the difference between the LLC and S Corp is they are not, an S Corp is not a business structure or a legal business structure or business entity. You cannot go to the Secretary of State's website and say, hey, I want to start an S Corp. Number three, an S corporation is a tax filing status. It is classifying you to be elected to file your business tax return on a corporation level, which can help you lower your taxable liability on the personal side. Number three, remember, you have to pay yourself number four, you have to pay yourself a salary whenever you elect to file your business taxes as an S Corp election. You have to pay yourself a salary. You have to withhold federal taxes from your pay. You have to withhold Medicare taxes from your pay. You have to withhold Social Security taxes from your pay. And if you are in a state that pays state taxes, such as Louisiana, you also have to withhold state taxes from your pay. And if you have employees, you have to do the same with your employees. Another thing to remember is you are not only paying in employee taxes, you also have to pay employer taxes. So I'm going to give you a quick example about that. Let's say for this quarter, your tax liability to pay into the taxing authorities came up to $20,000 between you and possibly 10 employees. That's on the employee side. For Social Security and FICA, or Social Security and Medicare, you have to pay double that. Whatever portion is for Social Security and Medicare out of that $20,000 in taxes, let's say $5,000 of that was for Social Security and Medicare. You have to pay in $10,000 because the $5,000 is for the employee side, and you have to match that, which is another $5,000 on the employer side. So you're not paying in just $5,000 to the taxing authority for Social Security and Medicare. You're paying in $10,000. I cannot express this enough because you do not want to be blindsided with these extra taxes that you have to pay and you haven't budgeted for it. There is another tax that I did forget with the state of Texas. And I'm speaking on the state of Texas because that's where I am located. And this is where my businesses are based out of, except one, which is in Louisiana. For the state, every state have to pay a franchise tax. The state of Texas, you pay your franchise taxes once you make $2.47 million. You pay about a 3% tax on that money. If you have not reached that threshold, then all you are doing is doing a franchise tax report, but it still have to be done. That report have to be done by May 15th of every year. If you met that threshold of $2.47 million, you will be paying a percentage of that as well to the state of Texas. So it's not like state tax that come out of your W-2, but it's a tax to the state of Texas just for doing business in this state. That is what a franchise tax is. So whether you have employees or not, you still have to pay that once you reach 2.47 million. But if you have not reached that threshold, then you still have to file that report every year on March 15th. So just remember, you're going to be very tax heavy on the top end, on the front end, but it could save you taxes on the back end. But you have to have a strategy in place. You have to have a budget, because those taxes can really blindside you. They can really blindside you. So I hope this really helped a lot of people who are still kind of up in arms on the confusion about what an S Corp really is or how it works. The tax liability of having an S Corp election, what to do when you decide to turn it into an S Corp, and when do you do it? When do you do it? So, but there's no one set, amount, no one's across the board type thing, one size fit all. It's just according to the amount of income that your business projects to make. But if you know how much tax that you'll be paying on that income, get with a CPA, an accountant, or a bookkeeper, then they can definitely give you a tax strategy or help you with a budget so that you'll know, okay, this is the time or not to elect to have your taxes filed on an S corporation level, on a corporation level. So again, I hope that helps someone out there, everybody that's listening. And if you have any questions at all, please feel free to contact me. I do free first-time consultations, free 30-minute consultations. So a lot of times they don't last 30 minutes. They go way beyond, because once I get to talking about this stuff, I really love what I do. That's not a problem. But you can definitely contact me through my website, which is www.p as in Paul, B as in Bridget, S as in Sam, .thesolution.com. That's www.pbs-thesolution.com. You can also contact me through my business cell phone, which is 346-443-9682. And I do have an assistant that can definitely answer the phone, answer your questions, and then relay that information to me. And I'm on all different social media platforms. I can't give you the handle on all of them because I don't know them all. I just have them down on paper. But you can definitely go to my website and they are listed there. But just about anything that you need to know about me and my businesses is listed on my website.
Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you, Bridget, the boss lady Perkins. Let me tell you, you dropped some gems there, sister. And I was over here taking some notes. So we want to thank you. We want to thank you so much for being on the show today. I'm sure we're going to need a part 2 for that, because my head is like poof. It exploded, but you did an amazing job, and we really appreciate you being on the show today. So I hope you all jotted down her information, and always remember, right, that genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.